Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Origins of Magical Writing. Long before the printing press revolutionized the spread of knowledge in the Muggle world, long before the great libraries of Hogwarts housed thousands of magical volumes, there existed a time when the very act of placing quill to parchment was itself a profound magical discovery. In those ancient days, when wizards first realized that symbols and words could hold power beyond mere communication, the foundations of all magical learning were quietly being laid. Imagine yourself walking through the mists of prehistory, where the earliest magical communities gathered around flickering fires in hidden caves. Here, far from Muggle eyes, the first wizard scribes discovered something extraordinary. As they traced symbols onto stone walls with fingers dipped in enchanted pigments, they noticed that certain combinations of marks seemed to pulse with their own inner light. These primitive magical texts were not merely records of spells or rituals. They were living repositories of magical energy itself. The discovery came gradually, as most profound realizations do. A young witch, perhaps no older than a first-year Hogwarts student, might have been practicing her levitation charm while simultaneously sketching the wand movements on a piece of bark. To her amazement, the drawing began to glow softly, and nearby pebbles started to float gently upward, responding to the magical intent embedded within her crude illustrations. Word of such phenomena spread through the early magical communities like wildfire, sparking the first great age of magical documentation. These early magical texts bore little resemblance to the sophisticated spellbooks we know today, carved into cave walls with tools infused with unicorn hair, painted onto animal hides with inks brewed from phoenix feathers and dragon scales, or etched into sheets of hammered bronze using styluses made from wood of the elder tree. These primitive grimoires were as much art as they were instruction. Each symbol carried not just meaning, but actual magical resonance, creating a symbiotic relationship between the written word and the magical forces it sought to describe. The ancient wizards soon discovered that different materials held magical writing with varying degrees of effectiveness. Parchment made from the hide of magical creatures proved exceptionally receptive to holding enchantments, while ordinary paper seemed to resist magical inscription entirely. Stone tablets, particularly those carved from rocks found near ley lines or ancient ritual sites, could preserve magical text for millennia without losing their potency. Metal scrolls, though difficult to inscribe, created some of the most powerful and enduring magical documents ever produced. As you consider these early experiments in magical writing, picture the careful precision required by these ancient scribes. Unlike modern spellbooks, where the magical power flows primarily from the reader's wand work, these primitive texts generated their own magical fields. A single misplaced stroke could transform a healing charm into a harmful curse, or cause the entire document to burst into magical flames. The early magical writers developed elaborate rituals and protective enchantments to ensure their work remained both accurate and safe. The breakthrough that would revolutionize magical writing came when an ancient Egyptian wizard named Caim Wasset discovered that certain combinations of hieroglyphs could store and release magical energy in controlled bursts. His experiments with what he called living text led to the creation of the first self-updating magical documents, papyrus scrolls that would automatically record new spells as they were invented, or update existing incantations as they were refined and improved. These self-writing documents represented a quantum leap in magical text creation. Imagine scrolls that could sense when a wizard was attempting to learn a new spell and would automatically provide step-by-step guidance, adjusting the complexity of instructions based on the reader's skill level. Picture grimoires that would warn their readers of dangerous magical interactions by having the text change color or even rearrange itself to prevent potentially fatal mistakes. The ancient magical communities treasured these texts beyond measure, understanding instinctively that knowledge preserved in magical writing was far more than mere information. It was power made tangible. Families would pass down single magical texts through generations, each one growing more powerful as successive readers added their own magical experiences to the living words. Some of these hereditary grimoires became so saturated with magical energy that they developed their own primitive consciousness, able to recognize their owners and respond to spoken questions with written answers that would appear and fade like whispered secrets. The early magical writers also discovered that the physical act of creating magical text was itself a form of spell casting. The rhythmic motion of the quill, the careful formation of each letter, the precise mixing of magical inks, all of these elements combined to create what modern magical theorists would recognize as a complex enchantment ritual. The scribes of ancient times were not merely recording magic, they were actively participating in its creation and manifestation. As magical writing techniques became more sophisticated, certain locations began to emerge as centers of textual magic. Hidden scriptoriums were established in places where magical energy flowed strongest, often in deep caves beneath ancient forests, or in towers built on naturally occurring intersections of ley lines. These early magical libraries became the predecessors to institutions like Hogwarts, places where knowledge was not just stored but actively cultivated and allowed to grow. The influence of these ancient magical texts extended far beyond their immediate practical applications. They established the fundamental principles that would govern magical education for thousands of years to come: that knowledge must be carefully preserved, that magical techniques improve through shared study, and that the written word possesses its own inherent power to transform both the reader and the world around them. In the quiet corners of modern magical libraries, you can still occasionally find examples of these prehistoric magical texts. They rest in specially warded cases, their ancient symbols continuing to pulse with faint magical light after countless centuries. Librarians at Hogwarts speak in hushed tones of the primordial collection, a small but precious group of stone tablets and metal scrolls that represent humanity's first attempts to capture magic in written form. These artifacts serve as powerful reminders that every spell taught at Hogwarts, every potion recipe recorded in modern textbooks, and every charm notation written in contemporary grimoires traces its lineage back to those first brave wizards who dared to believe that magic could be contained within written symbols. The textbooks that students carry through the halls of magical schools around the world are the direct descendants of those primitive cave paintings and carved stones, continuing an unbroken tradition of magical literacy that spans millennia. As our exploration of magical texts begins, consider this profound question: if those first magical writers could see the vast libraries and sophisticated spellbooks of today, what would amaze them most? The complexity of our modern magical texts, or the fact that we have somehow preserved the essential magic of written words across thousands of years of change and progress? Chapter 2: The Great Library of Alexandria's Hidden Section. In the shimmering heat of ancient Egypt, where the Nile's waters carried both life and mystery to the fertile delta, there stood a marvel that captured the imagination of both Muggle and magical scholars alike. The Great Library of Alexandria, renowned throughout the ancient world for its vast collection of scrolls and texts, harbored a secret that few beyond the wizarding community would ever suspect. Deep beneath its marble halls and reading chambers, accessible only through passages hidden behind shifting hieroglyphs and concealed by powerful disillusionment charms, lay the most extraordinary magical library the world had ever known. Picture yourself descending through these secret passages, your footsteps echoing softly against stone steps worn smooth by centuries of magical scholars. The air grows cooler as you move deeper underground, carrying with it the distinctive scent of ancient papyrus and the subtle tingle of magical energy that seems to emanate from the very walls. Torches flickered along the corridors, but these were no ordinary flames. They burned with the steady, eternal light of phoenix fire, ensuring that the precious texts below would never be damaged by smoke or heat. The magical section of Alexandria's library was the brainchild of Ptolemy II, who was not merely a patron of learning, but also a wizard of considerable skill. Understanding that magical knowledge required different preservation methods than ordinary texts, he commissioned the construction of a vast underground complex, specifically designed to house the growing collection of magical writings from across the known world. The project took nearly 3 decades to complete, involving the combined efforts of Egyptian wizards, Greek magical architects, and scholars from as far away as ancient Britain and Mesopotamia. As you enter the main reading chamber of this hidden sanctuary, the sheer scope of the collection takes your breath away. Towering shelves stretch upward into shadows, their heights accessible only by floating platforms that respond to the reader's magical signature. Thousands upon thousands of scrolls rest in specially designed cases, each one protected by preservation charms that have kept the texts as fresh and readable as the day they were written. The very air shimmers with protective enchantments, creating an atmosphere where time itself seems to move differently, ensuring that knowledge remains eternal. The magical librarians of Alexandria were perhaps the most learned wizards of their age, responsible not only for acquiring and cataloging magical texts, but also for developing the sophisticated preservation techniques that kept the collection intact. These scholar wizards created a revolutionary system of magical organization, where texts would arrange themselves according to the reader's needs. A wizard seeking information about dragon care might find relevant scrolls floating gently down from high shelves, while someone researching ancient protection charms would discover that appropriate texts had mysteriously appeared on nearby reading stands. The collection itself represented the pinnacle of ancient magical scholarship. Here rested the original research notes of Herpo the Foul, carefully contained within warded cases to prevent their dark influence from spreading. The personal grimoire of Circe, filled with transformation spells and potion recipes that had been refined over centuries of practice, occupied a place of honor in the section devoted to advanced magical theory. Ancient texts from the lost civilization of Atlantis, rescued moments before that magical city sank beneath the waves, provided insights into magical techniques that modern wizards can barely comprehend. Among the most treasured possessions were the Hermetic Scrolls, a collection of texts that bridged the gap between alchemy and pure magic. These documents, written on papyrus infused with powdered philosopher's stone, continued to generate new knowledge even as they were read. Scholars would often discover that passages they had studied thoroughly would reveal entirely new meanings when approached from different perspectives, or during different seasons of the year. The library's copying procedures were marvels of magical engineering in their own right. Rather than employing conventional scribes, the librarians used specially trained phoenixes whose tail feathers had been crafted into self-writing quills. These magical implements could reproduce texts with perfect accuracy, while simultaneously translating them into different languages, ensuring that knowledge remained accessible to scholars from various magical cultures. The copying process also included automatic ward duplication, so that protective enchantments were preserved along with the actual text. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the magical library was its acquisition program. The librarians had developed a network of scholarly exchange that spanned the ancient world, with magical messengers carrying texts to and from centers of learning in Rome, Athens, Babylon, and even distant magical schools in China and India. Ships arriving in Alexandria's harbor would find their captains approached by seemingly ordinary merchants who offered substantial payments for any unusual texts or scrolls. These were actually magical librarians in disguise, constantly seeking to expand their collection. The reading experience within the magical library was unlike anything modern wizards have experienced. Texts would adapt themselves to the reader's comprehension level, with advanced concepts appearing as simple diagrams for beginners, while revealing their full complexity to master-level scholars. Dangerous spells were protected by graduated revelation charms, ensuring that readers could only access information appropriate to their skill level. Some texts even included immersive illusion charms that would project three-dimensional representations of spell effects, allowing students to observe magical phenomena safely. The tragic destruction of the Library of Alexandria is well documented in Muggle histories, but what those accounts fail to mention is that the magical section survived largely intact. As political turmoil and religious conflicts threatened the surface library, the magical librarians implemented increasingly sophisticated concealment charms. The final protective measure, cast just before the last of the surface library was destroyed, created a temporal bubble around the magical collection, effectively removing it from normal time flow. Modern magical archaeologists believe that the hidden library still exists, suspended in its protective enchantments somewhere beneath the streets of modern Alexandria. Occasional reports surface of wizards stumbling upon ancient reading chambers filled with scrolls that crumble to dust the moment they are exposed to unprotected air. These tantalizing glimpses suggest that while the collection remains, the preservation charms may be weakening after nearly 2 millennia of isolation. The influence of Alexandria's magical library on subsequent magical education cannot be overstated. The organizational systems developed by its librarians became the template for magical libraries throughout the ancient world, including the eventual establishment of the Hogwarts Library centuries later. The concept of texts that could adapt to their readers influenced the development of modern magical textbooks, while the preservation techniques pioneered in Alexandria formed the foundation of contemporary magical archival science. Even today, magical scholars speak reverently of the Alexandrian method, referring to the comprehensive approach to magical research that was perfected in the hidden chambers beneath the Great Library. This methodology emphasized cross-cultural study, systematic experimentation, and meticulous documentation, principles that continue to guide magical research in institutions around the world. The legacy of Alexandria's magical library lives on in more than just methodology. Several texts currently housed in Hogwarts' restricted section are believed to be copies of Alexandrian originals, their magical properties diminished but still potent after passage through so many hands. The precision of their magical notation and the sophistication of their protective charms mark them as products of that golden age of magical scholarship, when the pursuit of knowledge was considered humanity's highest calling. As you contemplate this lost treasure trove of magical knowledge, resting perhaps still in its timeless sanctuary beneath layers of sand and history, what discoveries do you imagine it might contain that could revolutionize our understanding of magic? And what responsibility would modern wizards bear if such an incomparable collection were ever found again? Chapter 3. Runic Alphabets and Their Power. Beneath the dancing aurora of the northern skies, where ancient forests whisper secrets older than recorded history, lies a form of magical writing that predates even the earliest grimoires of Alexandria. The runic alphabets, carved into stone monuments and wooden staves across the windswept landscapes of Scandinavia, represent perhaps the most direct connection between written symbols and raw magical power that wizard kind has ever achieved. These angular, purposeful marks speak to something primal in magical nature, transforming simple carved lines into conduits for forces that modern spellcasting can barely replicate. Imagine yourself standing before a towering runestone, its granite surface weathered by centuries of harsh northern winters, yet still bearing the deep, precise cuts of runic inscription. As your fingers trace the carved symbols, you can feel the thrum of magical energy that flows through each deliberate stroke. Unlike the flowing script of modern magical texts, these angular marks seem to channel magic with an almost aggressive efficiency, as if the very sharpness of their edges helps to cut through the barriers between intention and manifestation. The earliest runic alphabets emerged from the magical communities of ancient Scandinavia, where harsh conditions and dangerous magical creatures demanded spells of extraordinary power and reliability. The wizards of these frozen lands discovered that certain geometric patterns, when carved into appropriate materials, could store and amplify magical energy far beyond what traditional spellcasting could achieve. The angular nature of runic symbols was not merely aesthetic. It reflected a fundamental understanding that magical energy flowed most efficiently through sharp transitions and defined boundaries. The development of runic magic required materials that could withstand both the physical demands of carving and the intense magical energies that would flow through the finished symbols. Ancient rune carvers sought out specific types of stone, selecting granite formations that had been exposed to wild magic over millennia. Wood from trees struck by lightning was particularly prized, as was yew that had grown in places where magical creatures regularly gathered. The tools themselves became magical artifacts, with carving implements forged from meteoric iron and shaped using techniques passed down through generations of magical craftsmen. Each runic symbol possessed its own inherent magical meaning, but the true power emerged when multiple runes were combined into complex patterns called bind runes. These intricate designs could contain spells of remarkable sophistication, storing magical effects that would activate under specific conditions or in response to particular magical signatures. A single bind rune might contain a protection charm that would activate when hostile magic approached, a communication spell that would send messages across vast distances, and a preservation enchantment that would keep the carved stone intact for centuries. The process of creating runic magic was as much ritual as craft. Rune carvers would begin their work only during specific astronomical alignments. The carving itself was performed in stages, with each symbol being completed during the appropriate lunar phase. Between carving sessions, the partially finished runes would be exposed to natural magical phenomena, left out during thunderstorms to absorb lightning energy, or buried in earth near powerful ley lines to draw strength from the planet's magical core. As you envision these ancient artisans at work, picture the sparks of raw magic that would fly from their tools as they carved. The creation of powerful runic texts was not a quiet scholarly pursuit, but a dramatic magical working that could be seen and felt from considerable distances. Witnesses described the air around active rune carvers as shimmering with visible magical energy, while the sound of their tools against stone rang with harmonic frequencies that seemed to resonate with the very foundations of magical law. The runic alphabets varied significantly across different magical cultures, each tradition developing symbols that reflected their unique relationship with magical forces. The Elder Futhark, used primarily in the earliest Scandinavian magical communities, contained 24 primary symbols that covered the fundamental aspects of magical practice. Later developments produced the Younger Futhark, which refined these concepts into a more streamlined system of 16 runes, each one capable of expressing more complex magical concepts through subtle variations in carving technique. The Anglo-Saxon magical communities developed their own runic tradition, creating the Futhark alphabet that contained up to 33 distinct symbols. These runes incorporated magical concepts borrowed from Celtic druids and Roman magical traditions, creating a syncretic system that could handle the diverse magical challenges faced by wizards living in culturally mixed regions. The complexity of Anglo-Saxon runic magic reached extraordinary heights, with some surviving bind runes containing hundreds of individual symbols arranged in spiral patterns that seemed to draw the eye inward toward a central focal point of magical concentration. Beyond their practical applications, runic alphabets possessed a mystical dimension that set them apart from other forms of magical writing. Ancient texts speak of rune masters who could read the future by observing how newly carved symbols interacted with existing runic installations. The shapes of the runes themselves were believed to reflect fundamental patterns in the structure of reality, making runic magic less about imposing human will upon the natural world, and more about aligning magical practice with the underlying forces that governed existence itself. The preservation of runic knowledge faced unique challenges as magical communities evolved and modernized. Unlike parchment texts that could be easily copied and distributed, runic magic required specific materials and techniques that became increasingly rare as forests were cleared, and ancient quarries were exhausted. Many runic traditions survived only through carefully guarded apprenticeship systems, where masters would teach their most promising students not just the meaning of individual symbols, but the deeper philosophical understanding necessary to create new runes as magical needs evolved. The decline of runic magic accelerated during the medieval period, as more convenient forms of spellcasting became widespread. The advent of standardized wand-making techniques and the development of systematic magical education made the laborious process of runic carving seem primitive and inefficient. However, certain magical applications continued to favor runic techniques, particularly in situations where permanent magical effects were required, or where spells needed to function independently of their creators for extended periods. Modern magical archaeologists have discovered runic installations throughout northern Europe that continue to function after more than 1,000 years of abandonment. Stone circles protected by runic wards remain impenetrable to unauthorized wizards, while ancient communication networks carved into mountain faces still carry messages between remote magical settlements. These surviving examples demonstrate the extraordinary durability of runic magic, suggesting that properly executed runic texts may represent the most permanent form of magical writing ever developed. The study of runic magic has experienced a renaissance in recent centuries, as magical theorists have come to appreciate the unique properties of these ancient writing systems. Research into runic alphabets has contributed to advances in ward construction, magical item creation, and the development of spells that can function in areas where traditional magic is disrupted or suppressed. Some contemporary magical institutions have even begun incorporating runic studies into their curricula, recognizing that these ancient techniques offer insights into magical theory that cannot be found in more modern approaches. The practical applications of runic magic in the contemporary wizarding world extend far beyond academic interest. Many modern magical buildings incorporate runic protections into their foundations, taking advantage of the exceptional durability and reliability of runic spells. Magical transportation networks often rely on runic navigation markers that continue to function even when other magical systems fail. The precision and permanence of runic magic make it particularly valuable for creating magical infrastructure that must remain functional across generations. Perhaps most remarkably, recent research has suggested that runic alphabets may preserve knowledge of magical techniques that have been lost to modern wizarding practice. Certain runic symbols appear to describe magical phenomena that contemporary magical theory cannot adequately explain, hinting at capabilities that ancient wizards possessed, but that subsequent generations failed to maintain. The angular precision of runic carving may have enabled these early magical practitioners to achieve effects that our more fluid modern approaches to spellcasting simply cannot replicate. As you reflect on these enduring monuments to ancient magical knowledge, scattered across landscapes where wind and weather have worn away countless other traces of human activity, what lost magical wisdom might still be encoded in symbols that we have forgotten how to read, waiting patiently for the return of understanding that could unlock their power once again. Chapter 4. The Codex Magicus and Medieval Grimoires. In the candlelit chambers of medieval monasteries and hidden towers, where scribes worked tirelessly through long winter nights, a new chapter in magical literature was being written. The medieval period marked a revolutionary transition from the stone tablets and papyrus scrolls of antiquity to the bound volumes and illuminated manuscripts that would define magical scholarship for centuries to come. At the heart of this transformation stood the Codex Magicus, a legendary compilation that represented the pinnacle of medieval magical writing and established the template for all subsequent grimoires. Picture yourself entering a medieval scriptorium hidden within the depths of a monastery, where brother scribes who were also accomplished wizards labored in perfect silence. The air is thick with the scent of vellum and magical inks, while the soft scratch of quills against parchment provides a rhythmic accompaniment to whispered incantations. Here, in spaces blessed by both divine protection and magical wards, the most important magical texts of the age were painstakingly created, each one a masterwork of both scholarly precision and artistic beauty. The Codex Magicus itself emerged from the collaborative efforts of 12 master wizards, each representing a different school of magical thought that had developed across medieval Europe. Brother Aldrich of Winchester contributed his expertise in protective enchantments, while the mysterious Abbot Corvus provided advanced knowledge of transformation magic. The brilliant Marguerite de Beauvais, working from her hidden tower in the Loire Valley, added comprehensive sections on potion making and herb lore. Together, these magical scholars created a compilation that would serve as the definitive reference work for medieval wizards throughout Christendom. The creation of the Codex required nearly 3 decades of careful work, with each contributor writing their sections using magical inks that would preserve their knowledge for posterity. The binding process alone took 2 years, as specialized craftsmen created covers from dragonhide, treated with preservation potions, and clasps forged from meteoric silver that had been blessed under specific lunar alignments. The finished work contained over 800 pages of dense magical text, illustrations that moved and demonstrated proper spellcasting techniques, and interactive diagrams that could adapt their complexity based on the reader's level of understanding. What distinguished medieval grimoires from their ancient predecessors was their systematic approach to magical knowledge organization. Rather than simply collecting spells and techniques in chronological order, medieval magical scholars developed sophisticated classification systems that grouped related magic together and provided cross-references between different but complementary techniques. The Codex Magicus pioneered the use of indexed spell categories with comprehensive tables of contents that would magically update themselves as new knowledge was added to the main text. The influence of medieval monasticism on magical text creation cannot be overstated. The disciplined approach to scholarly work that characterized monastic life proved perfectly suited to the careful precision required for creating reliable magical texts. Monk wizards developed standardized procedures for testing spells before including them in grimoires, establishing quality control measures that ensured readers could trust the accuracy of the instructions they followed. This systematic approach to magical documentation represented a significant advancement over the more informal knowledge-sharing methods of earlier periods. Medieval grimoires also pioneered the use of protective enchantments that could distinguish between authorized and unauthorized readers. The Codex Magicus and similar works would remain sealed to those who lacked sufficient magical training or who harbored malicious intentions. These protective measures evolved into increasingly sophisticated systems, with some grimoires requiring readers to solve magical puzzles or demonstrate specific ethical principles before granting access to their contents. The most advanced protective spells could even evaluate a reader's moral character, refusing to reveal dangerous knowledge to those who might misuse it. The illumination of medieval magical texts elevated the art of magical manuscript creation to unprecedented heights. Illuminators working on grimoires were invariably skilled wizards themselves, capable of imbuing their artistic work with magical properties that enhanced the educational value of the texts. Initial letters would glow softly when the reader encountered particularly important passages, while margin illustrations would demonstrate proper wand movements through subtle animation. Some illuminated grimoires contained portraits of famous wizards that could actually converse with readers, providing additional guidance and historical context for the spells being studied. The production of medieval grimoires required materials of extraordinary quality and magical potency. Vellum was prepared from the hides of magical creatures, with unicorn parchment being reserved for the most important texts. Inks were brewed from rare ingredients: phoenix feather ash for fire magic sections, powdered moonstone for divination spells, and essence of dittany for healing magic chapters. The quills used for writing were typically phoenix tail feathers that had been seasoned in magical springs and blessed by accomplished magical scribes. Regional variations in medieval grimoire production reflected the diverse magical traditions that flourished across Europe during this period. The grimoires produced in the magical scriptoriums of Ireland incorporated Celtic magical traditions, featuring elaborate knotwork borders that served as protective enchantments and spell diagrams that reflected the circular, cyclical nature of Druidic magic. German magical texts emphasized precise mathematical relationships in spell construction, while Italian grimoires showed the influence of classical Roman magical traditions, with their emphasis on formal ritual structures. The distribution of medieval grimoires created some of the first international networks of magical scholarship since the fall of Alexandria's great library. Traveling scholars would carry copies of important texts between monasteries and magical schools, creating a system of knowledge exchange that helped standardize magical education across different regions. The most important grimoires were copied multiple times, with each copy being carefully checked against the original to ensure that no copying errors had crept into the magical instructions. One of the most significant innovations of the medieval period was the development of grimoires designed specifically for different levels of magical education. Introductory texts, often called Books of Hours Magical, contained basic spells and fundamental theory suitable for beginning students. Advanced grimoires, such as the legendary Malleus Maleficarum Mysticus, contained dangerous magical knowledge that was restricted to master-level wizards who had demonstrated both the skill and wisdom necessary to handle such powerful information responsibly. The decline of medieval grimoire production began during the Renaissance, as printing technology and changing educational methods transformed how magical knowledge was transmitted. However, the influence of these handcrafted masterworks continued to shape magical education for centuries. The organizational principles pioneered in medieval grimoires became the foundation for modern magical textbook design, while the protective enchantments developed during this period evolved into the sophisticated security measures used in contemporary magical libraries. Many of the greatest medieval grimoires survive to this day, carefully preserved in the restricted collections of major magical libraries. The original Codex Magicus resides in a specially warded vault beneath the Vatican's secret magical archive, while copies can be found in the restricted sections of magical libraries throughout Europe. These ancient texts continue to serve as valuable references for magical historians and advanced practitioners, their handwritten pages still glowing with the magical energy imbued by their medieval creators. The artistic legacy of medieval grimoires extends beyond their practical magical applications. The illuminated manuscripts of this period represent some of the finest examples of magical artistry ever created, combining functional spell diagrams with decorative elements of breathtaking beauty. Modern magical artists study these medieval masterworks to understand how visual beauty can enhance magical effectiveness, recognizing that the aesthetic perfection achieved by medieval illuminators actually strengthened the magical properties of the texts they decorated. Contemporary magical scholars continue to discover new layers of meaning in medieval grimoires, as advancing theoretical understanding reveals subtleties in these ancient texts that previous generations of readers missed. Research has suggested that some medieval grimoires contain hidden magical knowledge encoded in their decorative elements, with illuminated borders and margin decorations serving as complex spell diagrams that are only now being properly understood. As you contemplate these magnificent volumes, with their handwritten pages gleaming softly in the light of enchanted candles, and their covers worn smooth by generations of scholarly hands, what secrets of magical wisdom might still lie hidden within their carefully crafted text, waiting for a reader with sufficient insight to unlock the full depth of knowledge that medieval masters embedded in their immortal works. Chapter 5. Illuminated Manuscripts and Living Text. Within the quiet chambers of medieval scriptoriums, where golden light filtered through stained glass windows and the air shimmered with magical possibility, a remarkable fusion of art and enchantment was taking place. The creation of illuminated magical manuscripts represented far more than mere decoration. These were living documents where pigment and parchment combined with spell and intention to create texts that could literally come alive, their illustrations moving, changing, and even interacting with their readers in ways that transformed the very nature of magical education. Imagine yourself seated before one of these extraordinary volumes, perhaps the famous Liber Animatus created by the Illuminator wizard Brother Illuminus in the 13th century. As you open the heavy covers, the first thing that strikes you is the way the initial letters seem to pulse gently with their own inner light. The ornate capital O that begins the opening chapter appears to breathe, its golden curves expanding and contracting in rhythm with your own heartbeat, while tiny phoenixes crafted from vermilion ink take flight around its borders, their wings creating trails of actual flame that dance harmlessly across the page. The development of living illumination required a complete reimagining of traditional artistic techniques. Medieval magical illuminators discovered that certain combinations of magical ingredients could create pigments that retained consciousness and responsiveness long after they had dried upon the parchment. Gold leaf harvested from dragon's hordes possessed an inherent magical awareness that made it ideal for creating animated decorative elements. Lapis lazuli ground with powdered unicorn horn produced blues that could shift and flow like living water, while cinnabar mixed with phoenix ash created reds that could actually generate warmth and light. The process of creating these magical pigments was as much alchemy as artistry. Brother Illuminus and his contemporaries spent years developing the precise formulas that would allow painted elements to maintain their animation without consuming the magical energy of the manuscript itself. The breakthrough came with the discovery that certain proportions of magical ingredients could create a self-sustaining magical field within the painted areas, drawing power from the ambient magical energy that surrounded all written spells, rather than depleting the text's own enchantments. As you turn the pages of a truly accomplished illuminated magical manuscript, each illustration tells its own story, while enhancing the magical instructions contained in the surrounding text. A page devoted to transfiguration spells might feature a border populated by creatures that continuously transform from one species to another, cats that become owls, which become butterflies, which become flowers, in an endless cycle that demonstrates the fundamental principles of magical transformation. The movement is slow and hypnotic, designed to help the reader understand the gradual nature of successful transfiguration, rather than the violent forcing that characterizes failed attempts. The most sophisticated illuminated manuscripts incorporated multiple layers of animation that would activate based on the reader's level of understanding. Beginning students might see only simple illustrations that moved in basic instructional patterns, while advanced readers would discover that the same images contained complex magical diagrams that revealed themselves only to those with sufficient theoretical knowledge to comprehend their significance. This adaptive quality made illuminated manuscripts incredibly valuable educational tools, capable of growing with their readers and providing appropriate instruction at every stage of magical development. Living text took the concept of animated illustration even further, creating manuscripts where the words themselves could rearrange, expand, or transform based on the reader's needs. The legendary Codex Vivens, created by the mysterious Magister Scriptorum in the early 14th century, contained text that would literally rewrite itself to provide more detailed explanations when a reader was struggling with a particular concept. Students reported that difficult passages would suddenly sprout additional paragraphs of clarification, while sections that the reader had already mastered would condense themselves to save space and reading time. The creation of living text required an understanding of magical theory that bordered on the revolutionary. The scribes who developed these techniques discovered that written words possessed their own form of magical consciousness, particularly when they were created with specific intentions and imbued with appropriate enchantments during the writing process. By carefully crafting the magical resonance of individual letters and words, these master scribes could create text that maintained a connection to the original author's understanding and could share that knowledge dynamically with future readers. The interactive capabilities of advanced illuminated manuscripts extended beyond simple animation and text manipulation. The most accomplished examples could actually engage in rudimentary conversations with their readers, using combinations of moving illustrations and shifting text to respond to questions and provide guidance. The Grimoire Conversatio, housed in the secret magical library of Prague, contains a painted figure of its original author, Master Bavarius, who can still answer questions about the spells contained within the manuscript more than 5 centuries after his death. The techniques used to create these conversational elements required a deep understanding of both magical theory and human psychology. The illuminators had to encode not just the visual appearance of their subjects, but also their personality traits, knowledge base, and teaching methods. This was accomplished through a combination of extremely detailed portraiture work and complex enchantments that captured aspects of the subject's magical signature and intellectual patterns. The result was artwork that could genuinely think and respond rather than simply following predetermined animation sequences. Regional variations in illuminated manuscript traditions reflected the diverse magical cultures that flourished across medieval Europe. Irish illuminated manuscripts featured the intricate knotwork patterns of Celtic magical tradition, with borders that formed actual protective enchantments around the text they surrounded. These knot patterns could tighten or loosen based on the magical atmosphere in the room, providing an early warning system against hostile magic or unauthorized readers attempting to access restricted knowledge. The French school of magical illumination developed a distinctive style, characterized by delicate fairy tale imagery that masked sophisticated magical instruction. A page devoted to advanced potion making might appear to show a simple illustration of woodland creatures gathering herbs, but closer examination would reveal that the animal's movements actually demonstrated proper ingredient harvesting techniques, while the plants they gathered would glow softly to indicate their magical properties and optimal collection times. German illuminated manuscripts reflected the precision and systematic approach characteristic of Germanic magical traditions. These texts featured mechanical-looking illustrations that functioned as actual magical devices, with gears and clockwork elements that would move to demonstrate the precise timing required for complex spell sequences. Some German manuscripts included fold-out diagrams that expanded into three-dimensional models, allowing students to examine magical principles from multiple angles and perspectives. The preservation of illuminated manuscripts presented unique challenges, as the living elements required continuous magical sustenance to maintain their animation. Specialized preservation techniques were developed to ensure that the animated portions of these texts would remain active across centuries of use. The most successful approach involved creating magical stasis fields that could slow the passage of time within the manuscripts themselves, ensuring that the living elements aged much more slowly than they would under normal conditions. The decline of illuminated manuscript production coincided with the rise of printing technology and changing educational philosophies that favored standardized texts over individualized instruction. However, the techniques developed during the golden age of magical illumination continued to influence magical education and text creation for centuries. Modern magical textbooks still incorporate simplified versions of the responsive text technologies pioneered by medieval scribes, while contemporary magical artists study surviving illuminated manuscripts to understand how visual beauty can enhance magical effectiveness. The legacy of living text can be seen in many contemporary magical applications, from the moving photographs that decorate wizarding homes to the dynamic maps used for magical navigation. The fundamental principle that images and text can be imbued with consciousness and responsiveness continues to drive innovation in magical communication and education, making the illuminated manuscripts of the medieval period not just historical curiosities, but the foundational technologies for an entire branch of magical arts. Recent archaeological discoveries have revealed that some illuminated manuscripts may have been far more sophisticated than previously believed. Texts that appeared to contain only simple animations have been found to possess hidden layers of magical programming that activate only under specific conditions or for readers with particular magical signatures. These discoveries suggest that medieval illuminators may have encoded vast amounts of secret knowledge within their seemingly decorative artwork, creating a hidden library of advanced magical techniques that is only now beginning to be understood. As you imagine these magnificent books resting in their protective cases, their pages still glowing softly with magical light after centuries of existence, what conversations might you wish to have with the painted masters who still dwell within their illuminated borders, and what forgotten wisdom could they share about the deep connections between artistic beauty and magical power? Chapter 6. The Restricted Section's Most Dangerous Volumes. In the deepest shadows of magical libraries, behind barriers of iron and enchantment, protected by wards that can sense the very intentions of those who approach, lie the texts that magical society has deemed too dangerous for unrestricted access. These are not merely books containing advanced magic or challenging theory. These are volumes that possess an inherent malevolence, tomes whose very existence poses a threat to the unwary reader and the magical world at large. The restricted section of Hogwarts, though famous among magical libraries, represents just one example of the careful containment measures that magical institutions have developed to house these perilous texts. Picture yourself standing before the heavy chains and warning signs that guard the entrance to such a collection, feeling the subtle but unmistakable aura of danger that emanates from beyond the protective barriers. The air itself seems heavier here, charged with the accumulated magical energy of texts that were never meant for casual study. Even the darkness appears deeper in these forbidden alcoves, as if the very shadows have been infected by the malevolent knowledge contained within the bound volumes that rest upon heavily warded shelves. The most notorious of these dangerous texts is undoubtedly Secrets of the Darkest Art, a volume so thoroughly corrupted by its subject matter that merely opening its covers can cause physical and psychological harm to unprepared readers. Written by an unknown author, whose identity was deliberately obscured even in medieval records, this text delves into magical practices so fundamentally opposed to the natural order that studying its contents has driven competent wizards to madness. The book's very pages seem to absorb light, creating an unnatural darkness that spreads outward from wherever it is opened. The creation of such dangerous texts often begins with noble intentions, as scholars seek to understand and document dark magic in order to develop better defenses against it. However, the process of deeply studying malevolent magical forces invariably leaves its mark on both researcher and research. Magic Most Evil by Godalot represents a perfect example of this tragic progression. What began as an academic examination of dark magical theory gradually transformed into a practical manual for the most destructive spells ever devised, as its author became increasingly corrupted by his own studies. The physical manifestations of these texts' dangerous nature extend far beyond their content. Books devoted to the darkest magical arts often develop disturbing properties that reflect their subject matter. Some volumes become unbearably cold to the touch, freezing the hands of readers who attempt to handle them without proper protection. Others generate an oppressive atmosphere of despair and hopelessness that can trigger emotional breakdowns in sensitive individuals. The most dangerous texts actively resist being read, with pages that burn the eyes of those who attempt to decipher their contents, or text that rearranges itself to prevent comprehension by unauthorized readers. The legendary Apocalypse Codex, written by the mad wizard Malphas during the Black Death, represents perhaps the most physically dangerous magical text ever created. This volume actively attacks anyone who opens it, launching curses that can cause blindness, madness, or even death within minutes of exposure. The text is written in an ink composed of liquid nightmares and despair, harvested from the dreams of plague victims during their final moments. Simply being in the same room as the open book can cause hallucinations, while prolonged exposure has been known to age readers by decades in a matter of hours. The containment protocols developed for these dangerous texts represent some of the most sophisticated protective magic ever devised. Individual books are often housed in specially constructed cases that function as miniature prisons, containing not just the physical volume but also the malevolent magical energies that emanate from it. These protective cases incorporate multiple layers of shielding, lead-lined compartments to block cursed emanations, silver mesh blessed by accomplished healers to neutralize harmful enchantments, and crystal panels inscribed with protective runes that can instantly seal the container if the contained text attempts to escape. Perhaps even more dangerous than individual cursed texts are the volumes that were designed to spread their corruption to other books. The contagious grimoire created by the dark wizard Morrigan as a weapon against magical libraries possesses the ability to infect nearby texts with its own malevolent properties, Libraries that have suffered exposure to such infectious texts often find themselves forced to destroy entire sections of their collections, as the corruption spreads from book to book like a magical plague, transforming valuable texts into dangerous artifacts. The psychological dangers posed by restricted texts often prove more insidious than their physical threats. Books dealing with mind magic and psychological manipulation can alter their readers' personalities in subtle but permanent ways. The Whispering Pages, authored by the infamous Legilimens Cassius Vex, contains techniques for mental intrusion so advanced that studying them requires constant vigilance against self-corruption. Many readers of this text report that the magical techniques described within it continue to echo in their minds long after the book has been closed, gradually eroding their respect for others' mental privacy. Some of the most dangerous texts in restricted collections were never intended to be books at all, but rather represent magical accidents or experiments gone catastrophically wrong. The Living Grimoire began as an attempt to create a self-updating spellbook, but developed a malevolent consciousness that delights in teaching false information to its readers, deliberately providing flawed spell instructions that can cause serious injury or death. This sentient text has learned to mimic the appearance and behavior of legitimate magical books, making it extremely dangerous for unwary researchers who might mistake it for a reliable source. The curatorial challenges involved in maintaining dangerous text collections require librarians with specialized training in both defensive magic and psychological protection. These brave scholars must regularly inspect the protective wards surrounding dangerous volumes, ensure that containment measures remain effective, and occasionally handle the texts themselves when research access is granted to qualified scholars. The psychological toll of such work is enormous, as prolonged exposure to malevolent magical energies can gradually corrupt even the most well-intentioned librarians. Recent decades have seen the development of increasingly sophisticated protective measures for dangerous text collections. Modern magical libraries employ environmental monitoring systems that can detect the escape of cursed energies from damaged containment systems, while automated security protocols can instantly seal entire sections of the library if a dangerous text breaks free from its bindings. Some institutions have experimented with storing the most dangerous volumes in pocket dimensions, removing them entirely from normal space-time to prevent any possibility of accidental exposure. The ethical questions surrounding dangerous text collections continue to challenge magical librarians and scholars. While the knowledge contained within these volumes represents invaluable insights into the darker aspects of magical theory, the risks associated with preserving and studying such material raise profound questions about the responsibilities that come with maintaining dangerous knowledge. Some magical philosophers argue that certain texts are so fundamentally corrupting that they should be destroyed entirely, while others maintain that understanding dark magic is essential for developing effective defenses against it. The influence of restricted texts extends beyond their immediate dangers to the individuals who study them. Historical analysis has revealed that many of the darkest periods in magical history can be traced to the rediscovery and misuse of previously contained dangerous texts. The rise of dark wizards often correlates with their access to restricted magical knowledge, suggesting that the very existence of these texts poses an ongoing threat to magical society as a whole. Despite the dangers they pose, restricted text collections serve a vital function in magical scholarship, providing researchers with the information necessary to understand and counter dark magical practices. The development of defensive spells, protective wards, and healing magic often requires detailed knowledge of the offensive techniques they are designed to counter. Without access to comprehensive information about dark magic, magical society would be unable to protect itself against those who choose to pursue forbidden knowledge through illegal channels. Contemporary magical security has evolved sophisticated protocols for granting research access to dangerous texts, requiring multiple levels of authorization and constant supervision during study sessions. Researchers must undergo psychological evaluation before being granted access, while magical monitoring ensures that they show no signs of corruption during their work. These protective measures have largely eliminated the casual exposure incidents that plagued earlier generations of magical scholars, though the fundamental dangers posed by the texts themselves remain unchanged. As you consider these locked volumes, sealed away in their protective chambers where even their bindings dare not be touched without proper safeguards, what responsibility do we bear for the preservation of dangerous knowledge? And how do we balance the need to understand darkness with the obligation to protect future generations from the corruption that such understanding might bring? Chapter 7. Prophetic Texts and Self-Writing Books. In the mystical realm where time bends and future echoes reach backward into the present, there exists a category of magical texts that defies conventional understanding of authorship and creation. These are the prophetic texts and self-writing books, volumes that compose themselves through supernatural means, their pages filling with words that emerge from the mists of possibility and the currents of destiny itself. Unlike traditional grimoires penned by human hands, these mysterious books serve as conduits between the known present and the uncertain future, recording prophecies, predictions, and knowledge that has not yet come to pass. Imagine yourself in the circular chamber of the Department of Mysteries, where the most famous of these supernatural texts rests under constant observation. The Book of Prophecy appears deceptively ordinary at first glance. Leather-bound covers worn smooth by centuries of careful handling, pages that seem no different from those found in any ancient tome. Yet as you watch, new words begin to materialize across a previously blank page, flowing script appearing as if guided by an invisible hand, each letter forming with deliberate precision, as another fragment of the future reveals itself to the present world. The phenomenon of self-writing texts has puzzled magical theorists for millennia, challenging fundamental assumptions about the nature of knowledge and time itself. Unlike conventional magical books, which record information that already exists in the minds of their authors, prophetic texts appear to draw their content from sources that transcend normal temporal boundaries. Some scholars theorize that these books tap into what they call the Akashic stream, a theoretical repository of all knowledge, past, present, and future, that exists outside the normal flow of time. The creation of self-writing books cannot be accomplished through conventional magical means, as the very nature of their function requires them to operate independently of human intention or control. Historical records suggest that such texts typically manifest spontaneously in locations of great magical significance, often appearing during moments of temporal instability or cosmic alignment. The famous Chronicle of Things to Come, discovered in the ruins of Merlin's Tower, simply materialized on a reading desk during a total solar eclipse, its pages already half filled with prophecies that would prove accurate over the following centuries. The mechanics of self-writing involve magical processes that operate on principles barely understood even by the most advanced magical theorists. Observation of active prophetic texts reveals that the writing process appears to involve the manipulation of probability itself, with quantum magical forces selecting specific future possibilities from the infinite array of potential outcomes. The ink used in this supernatural writing process seems to be composed of crystallized possibility, shifting between different colors and intensities based on the likelihood and significance of the events being recorded. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of prophetic texts is their selective revelation system. These books do not simply pour forth an endless stream of future knowledge, but rather choose specific moments and readers for their revelations. The Sibylline scrolls of magical prophecy, housed in the deepest vaults of the Roman magical archives, have been observed to remain completely blank for decades at a time, only to suddenly burst into activity during periods of significant historical transition. The timing of these writing episodes appears to be connected to the needs of the magical community, with new prophecies emerging precisely when their guidance becomes most crucial. The interpretation of prophetic texts requires specialized skills that combine traditional scholarly analysis with intuitive understanding of symbolic language. Unlike conventional magical writing, which typically employs straightforward instructional language, prophetic texts often communicate through elaborate metaphors, cryptic imagery, and symbolic representations that can have multiple layers of meaning. The prophecies recorded in the Hall of Prophecy at the Ministry of Magic exemplify this characteristic, with each prediction couched in language that becomes clear only after the foretold events have actually occurred. Self-writing books also include volumes that record contemporary events as they happen, serving as magical historical chronicles that compile themselves without human intervention. The Eternal Annals, maintained in the Hogwarts Library, continuously updates itself with significant events affecting the magical world, its pages expanding and reorganizing to accommodate new information while maintaining perfect chronological order. Students and researchers consulting this remarkable text often discover that events they witnessed personally have already been recorded with an accuracy and detail that surpasses any human observer's account. The temporal paradoxes associated with prophetic texts have generated intense debate among magical philosophers and theorists. The existence of books that record future events raises fundamental questions about the nature of fate, free will, the possibility of changing predetermined outcomes. Some prophecies appear to describe fixed points in time that cannot be altered, while others seem to shift and change based on the actions taken by those who read them, suggesting that the act of observing a prophecy may itself influence the future it describes. The protective measures surrounding prophetic texts reflect both their immense value and their potential dangers. Access to knowledge of future events can be psychologically devastating for individuals unprepared to handle such information, while widespread knowledge of certain prophecies could cause panic or lead to attempts to alter natural historical progression. The Department of Mysteries employs sophisticated containment protocols that limit access to prophetic texts based on both security clearance and psychological evaluation, ensuring that only trained professionals with demonstrated emotional stability can study these dangerous materials. Regional variations in prophetic texts reflect the different magical traditions and cultural approaches to divination found throughout the wizarding world. The Celtic tradition produced the Cauldron Chronicles, which record prophecies in the form of poetic verses that must be sung rather than spoken to unlock their full meaning. Norse magical traditions created the rune-written futures, stone tablets that carved themselves with prophetic symbols during specific astronomical alignments. These cultural differences in prophetic expression suggest that the mechanism by which future knowledge manifests itself may be influenced by the magical environment and traditions of different geographical regions. Contemporary research into self-writing texts has revealed that these volumes may be connected through a vast network of magical information exchange that spans both time and space. Cross-referencing studies have identified instances where prophecies recorded in different prophetic texts at different times contain complementary information about the same future events, suggesting that the supernatural forces responsible for creating these books may be coordinating their revelations according to some higher organizational principle. The psychological impact of studying prophetic texts extends beyond the immediate knowledge gained from their contents. Researchers who spend extended periods working with self-writing books often report experiencing enhanced intuitive abilities and occasional spontaneous precognitive episodes. This phenomenon, known as prophetic resonance, appears to result from prolonged exposure to the temporal distortions that surround these supernatural texts. While generally harmless, prophetic resonance can cause significant disruption to normal life patterns, as affected individuals struggle to distinguish between present perceptions and future visions. The accuracy rates of different prophetic texts vary considerably, with some volumes demonstrating nearly perfect predictive reliability, while others prove correct only in broad general terms. This variation appears to be related to the temporal distance of the events being predicted, with near-future prophecies showing much higher accuracy than those describing events decades or centuries in the future. Researchers theorize that the increasing uncertainty of distant future events creates interference in the prophetic writing process, leading to more ambiguous and symbolic language in long-term predictions. Recent developments in magical theory have suggested that self-writing books may represent a form of communication from future versions of our own magical civilization. This controversial hypothesis proposes that advanced magical societies of the distant future have developed techniques for sending information backward through time, using prophetic texts as a means of providing guidance and warnings to their historical predecessors. While this theory remains unproven, it offers a compelling explanation for the consistent beneficial nature of most prophetic revelations. The ethical implications of possessing advanced knowledge of future events continue to challenge magical society's approach to prophetic texts. While such knowledge can undoubtedly be used to prevent tragedies and guide important decisions, it also raises questions about the right to alter natural historical progression and the responsibility that comes with foreknowledge of others' fates. These moral complexities have led to the development of strict protocols governing how prophetic information can be used and shared. Modern magical institutions have begun developing technologies to interface with self-writing books more effectively, creating environments that can detect and record the subtle magical fluctuations that precede new prophetic writing episodes. These advances have enabled researchers to study the prophetic writing process in real time, providing valuable insights into the temporal mechanics that govern how future knowledge reaches the present. However, attempts to artificially stimulate or control the prophetic writing process have consistently failed, suggesting that these supernatural books operate according to principles that remain beyond human influence. As you contemplate these mysterious volumes that bridge the gap between what is and what will be, their pages continuing to fill with knowledge that exists outside our normal understanding of time and causation. What responsibility would you feel if you could read your own future written in prophetic text? And would the knowledge of what is to come enhance your life or burden you with the weight of unchangeable destiny? Chapter 8. The Magic of Translation and Language Preservation. Across the vast tapestry of human civilization, where countless languages have risen and fallen like waves upon the shore, magical texts face a unique challenge that goes far beyond simple linguistic barriers. The preservation of magical knowledge across different languages and cultures requires more than conventional translation. It demands the transfer of magical essence itself, ensuring that spells retain their power and meaning, even when expressed in entirely different linguistic systems. This extraordinary process represents one of the most sophisticated applications of magical scholarship, where ancient techniques and modern innovation combine to keep the wisdom of ages accessible to each new generation of magical practitioners. Picture yourself in the legendary translation chamber of the International Confederation of Wizards, where master linguist wizards work with texts in dozens of languages, both living and extinct. The air shimmers with multilingual enchantments as ancient scrolls written in forgotten dialects reveal their secrets to modern scholars, while automated translation spells convert contemporary magical research into forms that can be understood by magical communities around the world. Here, the barriers between cultures dissolve under the careful application of linguistic magic, creating bridges of understanding that span centuries and continents. The challenge of magical translation extends far beyond the conversion of words from one language to another. Unlike mundane texts, magical writings contain embedded enchantments that are often tied to the specific phonetic and rhythmic properties of their original language. A healing spell recorded in ancient Greek may derive part of its power from the particular way Greek syllables resonate with natural magical frequencies, making direct translation into modern English not just difficult but potentially dangerous. The successful translation of magical texts requires preserving not only the meaning of the words, but also their inherent magical properties. Ancient magical scholars developed the first systematic approaches to cross-cultural magical preservation during the height of the Roman Empire, when the conquest of diverse magical communities created an urgent need for unified magical knowledge systems. The Rosetta Magicus, a trilingual magical text discovered in the ruins of a Romano-Egyptian magical school, demonstrates the sophisticated techniques these early scholars employed to ensure that spells remained effective regardless of the language used to cast them. The stone contains the same powerful protection charm written in Egyptian hieroglyphs, Greek script, and Latin text, with each version maintaining identical magical potency despite the fundamental differences between the languages. The development of universal translation spells represents one of the greatest achievements in linguistic magic, allowing written texts to automatically adapt themselves to the native language of their readers while preserving their original magical properties. These remarkable enchantments work by creating a direct connection between the reader's mind and the essential meaning behind the text, bypassing the limitations of language entirely. The Comprehension Codex, created by the brilliant linguist wizard Polyglottus Maximus, pioneered these techniques in the 4th century, producing a grimoire that could be read fluently by anyone regardless of their linguistic background. The preservation of extinct magical languages poses particularly complex challenges, as these ancient tongues often contained magical concepts and techniques that have no equivalent in modern languages. Dragon tongue, the ancient language of dragon magic communication, employed harmonic frequencies and tonal variations that were intrinsically magical, making conventional translation impossible. Specialized preservation techniques were developed to maintain texts in their original dragon tongue, while providing magical glosses that allow modern readers to understand their content without losing the unique magical properties that can only be expressed in the original language. Regional magical traditions have developed distinct approaches to language preservation that reflect their cultural values and magical philosophies. The Chinese magical academies pioneered the use of living ideographs, written characters that contain complete magical concepts rather than simple words, allowing complex spells to be expressed through single symbols that transcend linguistic barriers. These magical ideographs can adapt their meaning based on the reader's cultural background, while maintaining their essential magical function, creating a truly universal magical writing system. Celtic magical traditions developed the Ogham of Understanding, a runic script that could simultaneously express meaning in multiple Celtic languages while preserving the specific magical resonances associated with each linguistic tradition. Druids using this system could create texts that would be equally powerful, whether read by Irish, Welsh, or Scottish magical practitioners, with the script automatically emphasizing the magical elements most compatible with each reader's cultural background. The advent of printing technology in the magical world created both opportunities and challenges for cross-cultural magical preservation. While magical printing presses could reproduce texts more rapidly and distribute them more widely than ever before, the mechanical nature of the printing process initially struggled to capture the subtle magical variations that made hand-copied texts effective across different linguistic traditions. The breakthrough came with the development of adaptive magical typography, where printed letters could subtly modify their appearance and magical resonance based on the linguistic expectations of their readers. Modern magical translation techniques employ sophisticated enchantments that can analyze the deep structural patterns underlying different magical traditions, identifying universal principles that transcend specific linguistic expressions. The Babel Codex, maintained by the Department of International Magical Cooperation, serves as a comprehensive reference for magical translation, containing standardized conversion protocols for transforming spells between hundreds of different magical languages while preserving their effectiveness. The psychological aspects of magical translation present fascinating challenges for both translators and readers. Research has shown that magical spells often work more effectively when cast in languages that feel emotionally resonant to the practitioner, suggesting that the connection between magic and language operates on levels deeper than simple semantic meaning. This phenomenon has led to the development of personalized translation protocols that adapt magical texts not just to the reader's native language, but to their individual psychological and magical profile. The preservation of magical languages serves purposes beyond simple academic interest, as many ancient languages contain magical techniques and theoretical frameworks that have been lost to modern magical practice. The recent revival of interest in Parseltongue studies, for example, has revealed that this ancient language contains sophisticated concepts for magical creature communication that could revolutionize contemporary magizoology. Similarly, research into ancient goblin dialects has uncovered metalworking enchantments that surpass anything in current use. Digital magical archives have begun employing artificial intelligence enhanced with magical consciousness to create more sophisticated translation and preservation systems. These thinking translators can learn from experience, gradually improving their ability to capture subtle magical nuances that might be missed by conventional translation spells. The experimental archive Animatus at the International Confederation's headquarters contains an AI system that has been trained on thousands of historical magical texts, allowing it to provide translation services for obscure magical languages that no living wizard fully understands. The cultural politics of magical translation often reflect broader tensions within the international magical community, as different magical traditions compete for recognition and preservation of their unique approaches to magical practice. The great translation debates of the 18th century nearly led to a complete breakdown in international magical cooperation, as various national magical governments argued over standardized translation protocols that they feared would diminish the perceived importance of their native magical traditions. Contemporary research into magical linguistics has revealed that the relationship between language and magical power may be even more fundamental than previously understood. Some theoretical frameworks suggest that magical energy itself has linguistic properties, with different types of magic naturally expressing themselves through specific phonetic and grammatical structures. This theory implies that the diversity of magical languages may reflect underlying diversity in the types of magical forces that different cultures have learned to access and manipulate. The training of magical translators requires years of specialized education that combines traditional linguistic study with deep immersion in comparative magical theory. Student translators must develop not only fluency in multiple magical languages, but also intuitive understanding of how magical concepts translate across different cultural frameworks. The most accomplished magical translators often report experiencing temporary personality shifts when working with texts from different magical traditions, as the process of truly understanding foreign magical concepts requires adopting the cultural mindset that originally created them. Emergency translation protocols have been developed for situations where immediate access to foreign magical knowledge is critical for public safety. During magical crises that threaten international security, specialized rapid translation teams can be deployed to provide real-time conversion of crucial magical texts, allowing emergency responders to access potentially life-saving information regardless of linguistic barriers. These emergency procedures prioritize speed and basic comprehension over the nuanced preservation techniques used for scholarly translation work. The future of magical translation lies in developing increasingly sophisticated techniques that can preserve not just the semantic and magical content of texts, but also their cultural and historical context. Advanced preservation spells are being developed that can maintain complete cultural immersion experiences within translated texts, allowing readers to understand foreign magical concepts within their original cultural framework, while still accessing the information in their native language. As you consider the vast libraries of the world, where texts in hundreds of languages wait to share their secrets with readers who may never master their original tongues, what knowledge might remain forever locked away by linguistic barriers that even magic cannot fully bridge, and how might our understanding of magic itself be limited by the particular language through which we first learned to think about its mysteries? Chapter 9. Binding Spells and Protective Enchantments. Within the shadowed alcoves of ancient libraries, where priceless volumes rest behind veils of shimmering protective magic, lies one of the most sophisticated applications of defensive enchantment ever developed by wizardkind. The binding spells and protective enchantments that safeguard magical texts represent far more than simple security measures. They are living systems of magical defense that can evaluate threats, adapt to new dangers, and preserve invaluable knowledge across centuries of potential hazards. These remarkable protective systems transform ordinary books into magical fortresses, ensuring that the wisdom of ages remains intact for future generations, while keeping dangerous knowledge from falling into unworthy hands. Imagine yourself approaching one of the great protected grimoires in the restricted section of Hogwarts, feeling the way the very air around the book seems to thicken with magical resistance as you draw near. The leather covers appear ordinary enough at first glance, But as your hand approaches the volume, intricate patterns of silver light begin to trace themselves across its surface, protective runes that have remained dormant for decades, suddenly awakening to evaluate this new potential threat. The book's defenses are assessing you, examining your magical signature, your intentions, even your moral character, all in the space of a heartbeat. The development of bookbinding protection spells began in the earliest days of magical literacy, when scholars first realized that written knowledge could be stolen, corrupted, or destroyed by those who would misuse such power. The ancient Egyptian magical libraries pioneered the first systematic protective enchantments, creating spells that could distinguish between authorized scribes and potential thieves. These early protections were crude by modern standards, simple hexes that would cause burns or temporary blindness to unauthorized readers, but they established the fundamental principles that would guide protective enchantment development for millennia. The sophistication of medieval binding protections reached extraordinary heights during the golden age of grimoire creation, when master enchanters developed multi-layered defensive systems that could respond to different types of threats with appropriate countermeasures. The legendary grimoire Impenetrable, created by the protective specialist Master Aegis in the 12th century, contained no fewer than 47 distinct protective enchantments, each one designed to counter specific types of magical or physical attack. The book could detect attempts to force its bindings, resist magical duplication efforts, and even defend itself against fire, flood, and deliberate destruction. The most elegant binding protections operate through what magical theorists call graduated resistance, defensive systems that become more powerful as the threat level increases. A curious student who accidentally touches a protected text might experience only a mild tingling sensation and a gentle magical suggestion to step away. A determined thief attempting to steal the same book would face increasingly severe deterrents, from painful electric shocks to temporary paralysis. A dark wizard trying to corrupt or destroy the text would trigger the full defensive capabilities of the binding, potentially facing magical attacks powerful enough to prove lethal. The psychological defenses embedded in advanced protective enchantments often prove more effective than their physical counterparts. Books protected with compulsion wards can generate overwhelming feelings of disinterest or confusion in unauthorized readers, making them simply forget why they wanted to examine the text in the first place. More sophisticated psychological protections can create false memories, causing would-be thieves to believe they have already examined the book and found it uninteresting or irrelevant to their needs. Regional traditions in protective enchantment reflect the different magical philosophies and security concerns of various magical cultures. Celtic binding spells emphasize harmony and natural balance, creating protections that work by redirecting hostile energy rather than directly confronting it. These elegant defenses can cause attackers to become lost in illusions of peaceful natural settings, effectively removing them from the vicinity of protected texts without causing direct harm. Germanic protective traditions, by contrast, favor more direct and aggressive defensive measures, with binding spells that can summon spectral guardians or create physical barriers of magical force. The creation of truly effective protective enchantments requires deep understanding of both offensive and defensive magical theory, as the protection creator must anticipate and counter every possible method of attack. Master protectionists spend years studying the techniques used by magical thieves, dark wizards, and other potential threats, developing increasingly sophisticated countermeasures for each new danger they identify. This ongoing arms race between protection and attack has driven innovation in defensive magic for centuries, resulting in ever more complex and powerful protective systems. The most advanced binding protections incorporate elements of artificial magical intelligence, creating defensive systems that can learn from experience and adapt to new threats. The sentient safeguards developed by the protective genius, Prudentia Maxima, can actually communicate with potential readers, conducting verbal interviews to determine their qualifications and intentions before granting access to protected texts. These conversational defenses have proven remarkably effective, at identifying deceptive individuals who attempt to gain access through false pretenses. Temporal protective enchantments represent one of the most sophisticated branches of binding magic, creating defenses that operate across multiple time streams to protect texts from threats that have not yet materialized. These prophetic protections can detect attempts to travel back in time to steal or destroy important texts, automatically strengthening their defenses in anticipation of temporal attacks. Some protected volumes contain time-locked sections that will only become accessible when specific historical conditions are met, ensuring that dangerous knowledge remains hidden until the magical world is ready to handle it responsibly. The preservation aspects of protective enchantments extend far beyond simple security, incorporating sophisticated conservation magic that can maintain books in perfect condition across centuries of existence. Environmental protection spells shield texts from damage caused by moisture, temperature fluctuations, and aging, while more advanced preservation enchantments can actually reverse damage that has already occurred. The most remarkable preservation protections can reconstruct damaged or destroyed texts from magical echoes left behind in the protective spells themselves. The ethical implications of protective enchantments have generated ongoing debates within the magical scholarly community, particularly regarding the balance between preservation and accessibility. While powerful protections ensure that valuable texts survive to benefit future generations, overly restrictive defenses can effectively remove important knowledge from circulation entirely. The Great Protection controversy of the 17th century nearly split the international magical academic community over the question of whether certain texts were so well protected that they had become functionally inaccessible even to qualified researchers. Modern magical libraries employ sophisticated authentication matrices that can verify the credentials and intentions of potential readers through cross-referencing with multiple databases of magical academic records. These systems allow for much more nuanced access control than traditional all-or-nothing protective enchantments, granting different levels of access based on the reader's qualifications, research needs, and demonstrated trustworthiness. Advanced authentication systems can even provide guided access, allowing researchers to examine specific sections of protected texts while keeping more dangerous information sealed. The development of collaborative protections has revolutionized how multiple magical institutions share responsibility for safeguarding important texts. These distributed defensive systems allow libraries around the world to contribute protective enchantments to a single text, creating layered defenses that draw strength from multiple sources. If one institutional protection fails or is compromised, the remaining layers continue to function, ensuring that no single point of failure can compromise the security of irreplaceable texts. Emergency protective protocols have been developed to handle crisis situations where protected texts might be threatened by war, natural disasters, or magical catastrophes. These crisis bindings can instantly teleport endangered volumes to predetermined safe locations, create temporal stasis fields to preserve texts during dangerous conditions, or even phase protected books into parallel dimensions until the immediate threat has passed. The activation of emergency protocols requires approval from multiple high-ranking magical authorities to prevent misuse of these powerful defensive capabilities. The study of protective enchantment failures has become a specialized field within magical security research, as understanding how protections can be defeated or bypassed is essential for developing more effective defensive measures. Historical analysis of successful attacks on protected texts has revealed common vulnerabilities in certain types of binding spells, leading to the development of more robust protective systems that address these weaknesses. This ongoing security research ensures that protective enchantments continue to evolve in response to new threats and attack techniques. Contemporary research into quantum magical theory has begun to influence protective enchantment design, with new defensive systems that operate on probability-based principles rather than traditional cause and effect magic. These quantum protections can exist in multiple states simultaneously, making them extremely difficult for attackers to predict or counter. Experimental quantum binding spells have shown promise for protecting texts against threats that have not yet been conceived. adapting their defensive responses based on the fundamental nature of the attack rather than its specific methodology. The psychological impact of working with heavily protected texts extends beyond the immediate security concerns to affect how scholars approach and interact with magical knowledge itself. Researchers who spend extensive time working with protected volumes often report developing enhanced sensitivity to magical threats and improved intuitive understanding of defensive magic principles. This phenomenon, known as protection resonance, suggests that prolonged exposure to sophisticated defensive enchantments may actually enhance the magical abilities of those who work closely with protected texts. As you imagine these magnificent volumes wrapped in their layers of invisible protection, their magical defenses standing eternal watch against all who would threaten the precious knowledge they contain, what responsibility do we bear to balance the preservation of dangerous wisdom with the need for scholarly advancement? And how do we ensure that our protective measures do not become barriers that prevent the knowledge from fulfilling its ultimate purpose of serving the greater magical good? Chapter 10. The Lost Texts of Atlantis. Beneath the rolling waves of the Atlantic Ocean, where ancient currents carry whispers of a civilization lost to time and hubris, lies the greatest library that magical humanity has ever known, and lost. The texts of Atlantis, that legendary magical city that vanished beneath the waves in a single catastrophic day, represent the pinnacle of ancient magical knowledge, containing secrets of power and wisdom that modern wizards can barely imagine. Though the physical city has been claimed by the depths, fragments of its incomparable literary legacy continue to surface in the most unexpected places, offering tantalizing glimpses into a magical tradition so advanced that it challenges our fundamental understanding of what magic can achieve. Picture yourself standing on the windswept cliffs of the Irish coast, where the restless sea crashes against ancient rocks worn smooth by millennia of waves. Here, in 1847, a young witch named Siobhan O'Connell discovered a barnacle-encrusted chest that had washed ashore during a particularly violent storm. Inside, wrapped in oiled silk that had somehow resisted centuries of salt water, lay a single scroll written in the distinctive crystalline script of Atlantis. The text, which came to be known as the Tidal Fragment, contained instructions for magic so powerful and elegant that it revolutionized contemporary understanding of transfiguration theory, proving that the lost knowledge of Atlantis remained as potent as the day it was written. The civilization of Atlantis represented the absolute pinnacle of magical achievement in the ancient world, a society where magic was not merely a tool for accomplishing specific tasks, but the fundamental organizing principle of all knowledge and existence. Unlike other ancient magical cultures that specialized in particular branches of magical practice, the Atlanteans achieved a unified theoretical framework that integrated all aspects of magical knowledge into a seamless whole. Their texts reflect this holistic approach, containing spells and techniques that operate on multiple levels simultaneously, accomplishing effects that modern magic requires dozens of separate procedures to achieve. The Great Library of Atlantis, according to the fragmentary records that have survived, occupied an entire district of the city, its crystal towers rising hundreds of feet above the surrounding buildings and extending deep into the bedrock below. The library's collection was said to contain over 1 million volumes, including the complete magical knowledge of every civilization that Atlantis had ever encountered. More remarkably, the library itself was a living magical entity, capable of organizing and cross-referencing its vast collection in response to researchers' needs, anticipating questions before they were asked, and providing relevant materials with supernatural efficiency. The writing materials used by Atlantean scribes reflected their civilization's mastery of magical craftsmanship. Instead of parchment or paper, they wrote on sheets of crystallized water that could maintain their structure indefinitely while remaining completely flexible. The inks they employed were composed of liquid starlight and distilled emotion, creating text that could convey not just intellectual content, but the complete emotional and experiential context in which the knowledge was originally discovered. Reading an authentic Atlantean text was said to be less like studying written instructions and more like directly experiencing the thoughts and discoveries of the original author. The organizational system used in Atlantean texts defied conventional approaches to knowledge categorization, reflecting their understanding that all magical knowledge was fundamentally interconnected, rather than separating subjects into discrete categories like transfiguration, charms, and potions. Atlantean grimoires organized information according to what they called resonance patterns, natural affinities between different types of magical knowledge that allowed them to amplify and enhance each other. A single Atlantean text might contain healing spells, weather magic, and astronomical calculations, all integrated into a unified system for maintaining ecological balance. The theoretical foundations underlying Atlantean magic appear to have been based on principles that modern magical science is only beginning to rediscover. Their texts speak of harmonic convergence theory, which suggests that all magical effects result from the interaction between cosmic forces and terrestrial energies operating at specific vibrational frequencies. By understanding and manipulating these fundamental harmonies, Atlantean wizards could achieve effects that seem impossible by contemporary standards, restructuring matter at the molecular level, creating stable temporal anomalies, and establishing permanent magical effects that continued to function long after their creators had died. The surviving fragments of Atlantean texts hint at magical techniques that push the boundaries of what modern wizards consider possible. The Codex Temporalis, partial manuscript recovered from a shipwreck off the coast of Portugal, contains detailed instructions for creating time gardens, magical spaces where the flow of time could be controlled and manipulated with the same precision that contemporary wizards apply to simple transfiguration spells. Other fragments describe techniques for creating sentient magical constructs, indistinguishable from living beings, suggesting that the Atlanteans had solved fundamental problems in consciousness magic that continue to baffle modern researchers. The catastrophic destruction of Atlantis appears to have been the result of magical experimentation gone catastrophically wrong, though the exact nature of the disaster remains unclear from the fragmentary accounts that have survived. Several recovered texts contain urgent warnings about the final convergence, suggesting that Atlantean researchers had been attempting to harness cosmic forces beyond their ability to control. The disaster that claimed their civilization seems to have occurred almost instantaneously, giving the inhabitants no time to save their precious libraries or evacuate their vast collections of magical knowledge. The search for Atlantean texts has captivated magical archaeologists and treasure hunters for centuries, leading to numerous expeditions to potential underwater sites around the world. While no expedition has yet located the main city of Atlantis itself, smaller Atlantean settlements and outposts have been discovered in various locations, typically yielding small collections of texts that provide additional pieces of the puzzle. The Azores expedition of 1923 uncovered an entire Atlantean research station, complete with laboratory equipment and a specialized library focused on marine magical ecology. The influence of recovered Atlantean texts on modern magical development has been profound, despite the limited number of complete works that have been found. The principles of harmonic magic derived from Atlantean theory revolutionized wand-making techniques in the 18th century, while Atlantean approaches to potion-making led to the development of several life-saving medical treatments. Contemporary magical researchers continue to study Atlantean fragments, often spending decades attempting to decode and understand techniques that the original authors apparently considered elementary. The preservation challenges associated with Atlantean texts require specialized magical techniques that differ significantly from those used for ordinary ancient manuscripts. The crystalline writing materials used by Atlantean scribes remain stable indefinitely when properly maintained, but they become extremely fragile when exposed to certain types of magical energy or environmental conditions. Several precious Atlantean fragments have been permanently lost due to improper handling by researchers who underestimated the delicate nature of the materials they were studying. Modern magical institutions have established specialized Atlantean collections dedicated to preserving and studying the recovered fragments of this lost civilization's literary heritage. The International Confederation of Wizards maintains a comprehensive database of all known Atlantean texts, allowing researchers around the world to collaborate in piecing together the fragments of this ancient knowledge system. These collections employ some of the most advanced preservation techniques available, including temporal stasis fields and quantum magical storage systems designed to protect the irreplaceable materials from any possible form of damage. The linguistic challenges associated with Atlantean texts have required the development of entirely new approaches to ancient language translation. Unlike other dead languages that can be decoded through comparison with related linguistic systems, Atlantean appears to have been a completely unique language that incorporated magical concepts directly into its grammatical structure. Words in Atlantean texts often contain embedded spells that activate when the text is read properly, making translation extremely dangerous for researchers who lack sufficient magical training. Recent advances in underwater magical archaeology have raised hopes that more substantial Atlantean collections might eventually be recovered from the ocean depths. Specialized diving enchantments and pressure-resistant preservation spells have enabled researchers to explore deeper underwater sites than ever before, though the vast majority of the ocean floor remains unexplored. Several promising sites have been identified through analysis of ocean current patterns and magical residue detection, suggesting that significant discoveries may be possible in the coming decades. The theoretical implications of Atlantean magical knowledge extend far beyond historical curiosity, as their approaches to fundamental magical principles appear to have been centuries ahead of contemporary understanding. Modern magical theorists studying Atlantean fragments often report that the ancient texts contain solutions to problems that current research has not yet even formulated, suggesting that the full recovery of Atlantean knowledge could trigger a revolution in magical science comparable to the greatest advances in human history. The ethical questions surrounding Atlantean knowledge recovery have generated significant debate within the magical scholarly community. Some researchers argue that the advanced magical techniques contained in Atlantean texts might be too dangerous for modern magical society to handle responsibly, pointing to the civilization's own destruction as evidence of the potential risks. Others maintain that the knowledge itself was not responsible for Atlantis's downfall, and that modern magical society has developed sufficient ethical frameworks to handle advanced magical techniques safely. Contemporary efforts to synthesize and integrate Atlantean knowledge fragments have led to the development of new magical disciplines that combine ancient principles with modern techniques. Neo-Atlantean studies has emerged as a legitimate field of magical research, focusing on the practical application of recovered Atlantean principles to contemporary magical challenges. These modern applications of ancient knowledge have already produced significant advances in fields ranging from magical medicine to environmental restoration magic. As you imagine these lost treasures of knowledge resting in their underwater tombs, their crystalline pages still glowing faintly with ancient wisdom in the eternal darkness of the deep ocean, what transformative discoveries might await those brave enough to recover the complete libraries of Atlantis? And would our world be wise enough to handle the power that such knowledge might place in human hands? Chapter 11. Modern Preservation of Ancient Magical Knowledge. In the sterile corridors of contemporary magical archives, where climate-controlled chambers hum with the quiet efficiency of preservation enchantments, a dedicated community of scholarly guardians works tirelessly to bridge the gap between ancient wisdom and modern accessibility. These are the magical preservationists, part librarian, part archaeologist, part magical engineer, whose innovative techniques and tireless dedication ensure that the knowledge of ages past remains available to guide future generations. Their work represents one of the most crucial yet underappreciated aspects of magical scholarship, requiring the seamless integration of cutting-edge magical technology with profound respect for historical authenticity. Picture yourself entering the Central Preservation Laboratory at the Department of Magical Archives, where ancient texts from around the world arrive in various states of decay and magical instability. Here, in chambers protected by the most advanced environmental controls magical science can provide, specialist preservationists work with tools that would have seemed miraculous to the original creators of these ancient texts. Temporal stasis fields suspend the aging process of fragile manuscripts, while molecular reconstruction spells carefully rebuild documents that have been damaged by centuries of neglect or deliberate destruction. The revolution in magical preservation began in the early 20th century, when magical researchers first developed reliable techniques for creating perfect magical copies of ancient texts without degrading the originals. The breakthrough came through the work of preservationist extraordinaire Minerva Codex, whose essential duplication theory established that magical texts could be copied not just in their physical form, but in their complete magical essence. This discovery meant that researchers could study dangerous or fragile texts through perfect magical replicas, while keeping the irreplaceable originals safely stored in optimal conditions. Contemporary preservation laboratories employ sophisticated scanning technologies that can analyze ancient texts at the molecular level, creating detailed three-dimensional magical maps of every page, binding, and magical enhancement. These omniscopic scanners use combinations of X-ray vision charms, magical resonance detection, and quantum magical analysis to capture information that is invisible to conventional examination. The resulting digital magical archives contain more information about historical texts than their original creators ever consciously embedded, revealing hidden layers of magical enhancement and authorial intent. The development of sympathetic preservation networks represents one of the most significant advances in modern magical archival science. These interconnected systems allow preservation laboratories around the world to share real-time information about threats to their collections, coordinate preservation efforts, and instantly back up critical texts to multiple secure locations. When the Magical Library of Prague suffered a catastrophic fire in 1994, the Sympathetic Preservation Network enabled other institutions to reconstruct the damaged collection using backups and related materials stored in archives around the world. Environmental preservation techniques have evolved far beyond simple climate control to encompass comprehensive magical ecosystem management. Modern preservation chambers maintain not just temperature and humidity, but also magical field density, temporal flow rates, and psychic resonance levels. The most advanced facilities can actually reverse the aging process in ancient texts, using carefully controlled time reversal spells to restore manuscripts to their original condition, without affecting their historical authenticity or accumulated magical power. The challenge of preserving texts written in extinct magical languages has led to the development of linguistic archaeology programs that combine traditional scholarly analysis with magical consciousness transfer techniques. Contemporary preservation efforts often involve summoning the spirits or magical echoes of ancient authors to assist in understanding and preserving their works. These spectral consultations have proven invaluable for deciphering ambiguous passages and understanding the cultural context that influenced ancient magical writing. Digital magical archives represent a revolutionary approach to making ancient knowledge accessible while maintaining the integrity of original texts. These systems create virtual grimoires that allow researchers to experience ancient texts exactly as their original readers would have, complete with all magical effects and interactive elements. Students can now safely study dangerous texts through digital magical interfaces that provide complete educational value without exposing them to the risks associated with handling authentic cursed or corrupted materials. The preservation of magical artifacts that accompany ancient texts requires specialized techniques that address both physical conservation and magical stability. Many ancient grimoires were created with complementary magical tools, special reading glasses, activation wands, or protective amulets that are essential for safely accessing their contents. Contemporary preservation efforts must maintain not just the texts themselves, but entire ecosystems of related magical objects, ensuring that future researchers have access to the complete scholarly apparatus that ancient authors intended. Cross-cultural preservation initiatives have become increasingly important, as magical scholars recognize that ancient knowledge often exists in fragmentary form across multiple cultures and geographical regions. The Global Magical Heritage Project coordinates preservation efforts for texts that span multiple cultures, ensuring that related works from different traditions are preserved and studied together. This comprehensive approach has revealed previously unknown connections between magical traditions that seemed completely separate, suggesting that ancient magical knowledge was far more internationalized than previously believed. Preventive preservation techniques focus on protecting ancient texts from future threats rather than simply repairing existing damage. Advanced warning systems can detect magical instabilities that might threaten archival collections years before they become critical, while predictive modeling helps preservation specialists anticipate and prepare for potential disasters. Some facilities employ guardian spirits, specifically bound to protection of their collections, creating supernatural security systems that remain vigilant even when human staff are absent. The ethics of magical preservation involve complex questions about accessibility, ownership, and cultural sensitivity that challenge traditional approaches to archival management. Many ancient texts contain knowledge that their original creators intended to keep secret, while others hold cultural significance for specific magical communities that may object to unrestricted scholarly access. Contemporary preservation efforts must balance the scholarly imperative to make knowledge available with respect for the wishes of original authors and descendant communities. Restoration versus preservation represents an ongoing philosophical debate within the magical archival community. While some specialists advocate for minimal intervention that preserves texts exactly as they currently exist, others argue for active restoration that returns manuscripts to their original condition and functionality. The Great Restoration controversy of the 1980s nearly split the international preservation community over the question of whether restoring ancient magical enchantments constituted improvement or inappropriate alteration of historical artifacts. Emergency preservation protocols have been developed to protect magical archives during times of war, natural disaster, or magical catastrophe. These crisis management systems can instantly evacuate entire collections to secure dimensional pockets, create temporal stasis fields that protect materials from any conceivable threat, or distribute critical texts across multiple hidden locations to ensure their survival. The effectiveness of these emergency measures was demonstrated during the magical war crisis of 1998. When several major European archives successfully protected their collections despite direct magical attacks. Apprenticeship programs in magical preservation combine traditional scholarly training with hands-on experience in cutting-edge preservation techniques. Student preservationists work under the guidance of master archivists, learning to handle materials that may be centuries old while mastering the complex technological and magical systems that modern preservation requires. These programs ensure that the specialized knowledge needed for effective preservation work will be passed to future generations of magical scholars. Collaborative research initiatives bring together preservation specialists, magical historians, and practitioners from relevant magical traditions to ensure that preservation efforts serve the broadest possible scholarly community. These partnerships have proven essential for understanding texts that require specialized cultural knowledge to interpret properly, while also ensuring that preservation priorities reflect the needs of contemporary magical research and education. The integration of artificial magical intelligence into preservation systems has revolutionized the efficiency and accuracy of archival work. AI systems trained on thousands of historical texts can identify patterns of degradation, predict preservation needs, and even suggest optimal storage conditions for newly acquired materials. These intelligent preservation assistants work alongside human specialists, handling routine monitoring and maintenance tasks while alerting human experts to situations that require personal attention. Quality control measures in modern preservation ensure that contemporary techniques meet the highest standards of scholarly integrity and historical accuracy. International certification programs verify that preservation laboratories maintain appropriate standards, while peer review processes evaluate the effectiveness of new preservation techniques before they are widely adopted. These quality assurance systems protect irreplaceable historical materials from well-intentioned but potentially harmful preservation attempts. Future developments in magical preservation focus on creating increasingly sophisticated systems that can anticipate and address preservation challenges that have not yet materialized. Theoretical research into quantum magical storage suggests that it may eventually be possible to preserve texts in states of suspended possibility, allowing them to exist simultaneously in all potential conditions until they are observed by researchers. Such advanced preservation techniques could make historical materials effectively immortal while maintaining their complete scholarly utility. The measurement of preservation effectiveness requires sophisticated metrics that evaluate not just the physical condition of preserved materials, but also their continued accessibility and scholarly value. Contemporary preservation science has developed comprehensive assessment frameworks that consider factors ranging from molecular stability to magical resonance integrity, ensuring that preservation efforts actually enhance rather than diminish the value of historical collections. As you contemplate these guardians of ancient wisdom, working tirelessly in their climate-controlled chambers to ensure that the knowledge of ages past remains available for ages to come, what responsibility do we bear to future generations of magical scholars? And how do we balance the preservation of ancient knowledge with the need to make that wisdom accessible to those who could benefit from its guidance? Chapter 12. The Future of Magical Text Creation. As we stand at the threshold of a new era in magical scholarship, where ancient wisdom meets revolutionary innovation, the future of magical text creation stretches before us, like an uncharted constellation of infinite possibility. The techniques and technologies emerging in contemporary magical research promise to transform not only how we record and preserve magical knowledge, but also how we conceive of the very nature of written magical communication. These developments suggest that we are approaching a renaissance in magical literacy that could rival the greatest advances in the history of wizarding scholarship. Imagine yourself in the experimental laboratories of the Department of Magical Innovation, where researchers work with materials and techniques that would have seemed like pure fantasy to previous generations of magical scholars. Here, hovering displays of crystallized light show three-dimensional spell structures that can be rotated and examined from every angle, while neural magical interfaces allow direct transfer of knowledge from mind to magical text without the intermediary step of physical writing. The very air shimmers with prototype enchantments as researchers test new methods of encoding magical information into forms that transcend traditional limitations of paper and ink. The development of consciousness texts represents perhaps the most revolutionary advance in magical writing since the invention of self-updating grimoires. These experimental texts exist as pure magical consciousness, requiring no physical substrate while retaining all the interactive capabilities of traditional magical books. Researchers can create texts that think, learn, and evolve independently, developing new insights and connections as they interact with readers over time. Early prototypes have demonstrated the ability to synthesize information from multiple sources, creating new magical techniques by combining principles from different traditions in ways that no human author could have conceived. Quantum magical writing techniques are beginning to exploit the fundamental uncertainty principles that govern magical energy at its most basic level. These probability texts exist in multiple states simultaneously until they are observed by a reader, at which point they collapse into the specific version that best serves the reader's needs at that moment. A single quantum text could potentially contain infinite variations of the same basic magical knowledge, each one precisely calibrated to the reader's skill level, cultural background, and specific research interests. The integration of temporal mechanics into text creation promises to solve some of the fundamental limitations that have constrained magical writing throughout history. Chronosynaptic texts can draw information from multiple time periods simultaneously, allowing authors to incorporate insights and discoveries that have not yet occurred while they are writing. These temporal texts essentially reverse the traditional relationship between knowledge creation and documentation, allowing the documentation process itself to participate in the generation of new magical understanding. Collaborative magical writing platforms are transforming the traditionally solitary process of magical scholarship into a truly collective endeavor. These hive-mind grimoires allow multiple authors separated by geography and time to contribute to single texts simultaneously, with AI mediation systems ensuring consistency and preventing conflicts between different contributors. The resulting works possess a richness and comprehensiveness that no individual author could achieve, while magical authentication systems ensure that all contributions meet appropriate standards of accuracy and scholarly rigor. The emergence of empathic texts that can sense and respond to readers' emotional states promises to revolutionize magical education by creating truly personalized learning experiences. These emotionally intelligent texts can detect when readers are frustrated, confused, or excited, automatically adjusting their presentation style, pacing, and level of detail to optimize the learning experience. Advanced empathic texts can even provide emotional support and encouragement during difficult learning processes, functioning as both instructor and counselor. Biotechnological approaches to magical text creation are exploring the possibility of encoding magical knowledge directly into living systems. Organic grimoires, grown from specially modified magical plants, could provide self-sustaining, environmentally integrated repositories of magical knowledge that continue to develop and evolve over time. These living texts could potentially survive catastrophic events that would destroy traditional libraries while maintaining their magical properties through natural biological processes. The development of multidimensional texts that exist simultaneously across multiple planes of reality offers unprecedented possibilities for magical knowledge storage and access. These texts can contain virtually unlimited amounts of information by utilizing pocket dimensions and folded space-time structures as storage media. Readers accessing multidimensional texts might find themselves literally entering the knowledge they are studying, experiencing magical concepts through direct immersion rather than traditional reading. Neural magical interface technologies are approaching the point where magical knowledge could be transmitted directly from mind to mind without any intervening textual medium. Thought stream archives could preserve the complete mental experience of magical discovery, allowing future students to literally experience how great magical innovators conceived and developed their revolutionary ideas. This technology could preserve not just the intellectual content of magical knowledge, but the complete emotional and intuitive context that surrounds breakthrough discoveries. Artificial magical intelligence systems are beginning to demonstrate the ability to generate original magical texts that rival the quality of human-authored works. These synthetic scholars can analyze vast databases of magical knowledge to identify patterns and connections that human researchers might miss, producing new texts that synthesize and extend existing magical theory in ways that push the boundaries of current understanding. The implications for magical education and research are profound, as AI systems could potentially accelerate the pace of magical discovery by orders of magnitude. Holographic magical texts represent a fusion of traditional writing with advanced magical visualization techniques. These volumetric grimoires exist as three-dimensional light constructs that can be manipulated and examined from any angle, with different layers of information becoming visible as readers adjust their perspective. Complex magical procedures can be demonstrated through animated holographic displays, while interactive elements allow readers to practice techniques safely within the text environment itself. The development of telepathic publishing systems could eliminate the traditional barriers between authors and readers by creating direct mental connections that allow real-time sharing of magical knowledge. Authors could transmit their discoveries instantly to interested readers around the world, while feedback systems would allow readers to contribute questions, corrections, and insights that could be immediately incorporated into the original work. This level of interactive collaboration could transform magical scholarship from a primarily individual endeavor into a truly collective pursuit. Environmental magical texts that integrate with natural ecosystems represent an emerging frontier in sustainable magical knowledge storage. Ecological grimoires, embedded in forest systems or ocean environments, could provide distributed self-maintaining repositories of magical knowledge that exist in harmony with natural processes. These texts could even participate in environmental restoration efforts, using their magical properties to heal damaged ecosystems. while preserving important knowledge for future generations. The ethical implications of these revolutionary text creation technologies require careful consideration as they approach practical implementation. Questions about intellectual property, knowledge ownership, and the democratization of magical education will need to be addressed as new technologies make magical knowledge more accessible than ever before. The potential for misuse of advanced text creation technologies also requires the development of appropriate safeguards and regulatory frameworks. Cultural preservation considerations become increasingly important as new text creation technologies risk overwhelming traditional magical writing traditions. Efforts to maintain the diversity of magical literary traditions while embracing beneficial innovations will require careful balance between progress and preservation. The challenge lies in ensuring that revolutionary new capabilities enhance rather than replace the rich heritage of magical writing that has developed over millennia. Training programs for future magical authors and librarians must evolve to encompass these emerging technologies while maintaining grounding in traditional magical scholarship. Educational institutions are beginning to develop curricula that prepare students to work with consciousness texts, quantum writing systems, and other advanced technologies, while ensuring they understand the historical foundations upon which these innovations build. The democratization of magical text creation through advanced technologies promises to transform who can participate in magical scholarship and knowledge creation. Simplified authoring tools and AI assistance could enable practitioners with limited formal education to contribute valuable knowledge to the magical community, while translation and accessibility technologies could break down barriers that have historically limited participation in magical scholarship. As we stand on the brink of these extraordinary developments, the future of magical text creation appears limited only by our imagination and wisdom. The technologies emerging from contemporary research suggest possibilities that could fundamentally transform how magical knowledge is created, preserved, and transmitted, potentially ushering in a new golden age of magical scholarship that builds upon the accumulated wisdom of all previous generations, while opening entirely new frontiers of discovery and understanding. As you envision this future where the boundaries between thought and text, between individual knowledge and collective wisdom, begin to blur and transform in ways we can barely imagine, what role will you choose to play in shaping how magical knowledge evolves, and what legacy of wisdom do you hope your own contributions will leave for the magical scholars who will follow in your footsteps?